Hello, X2. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Let me put the countdown. Bark FK, 10 minutes. Stream starting. Sounds good. Do-do. Hello, Flash. Okay, give me a sec. I'll go get something to drink. And then I will be right back. Hello. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay. So what are we working on today? We're making a release of Zine. There have been a bunch of serious changes to it. CI is fading because of uh, Nick's stuff. Although Ubuntu latest has failed the last commit, but I think that makes sense because this one, this is the one that I force pushed where I backported some changes. So I think we need to rerun these workflows actually to see them succeed for real. How does it work? Can I go to the commit here? And I can't rerun all of them, right? I have to click them one by one. Although the Nixos ones, I don't care because I know that they will fail. Let's try this one again, and let's see what happens. Oh no, but this is correct. It has force, but the command ended unexpectedly. Haha, haha. Run exit camera failure because of a scene failure. Yeah, but what is the failure though? So all these commands are fading, but why? Okay, I guess one way in which we can diagnose this is we don't have Ubuntu specifically, but we have work start again. Also here we can exit and we can have bigger bork. Go. Come on, man. Do the thing. Okay. So exit this thing, exit this thing, exit, exit. So what do we want to do? We want to zig up, fetch master. No, we want a specific version of Zig, which is the one that right now works with Zine because of dependencies. Zig version. This is the one that. Oh, okay. This is the one that I want. Which, by the way, makes me wonder, are we setting up the right version of Zig? Yes, indeed, 1149. Okay, so Zig up, fetch this one, because 149, because 95 has all the breaking changes that break one of our dependencies. So I'm just like delaying updating to this one. Okay, so Zig up default. Oops. Default this one. Now here we leave the async magic stuff and instead we go to Zine, git pull. Haven't updated in a while, so I can do Zig build and it should work. Hello, Rocker Rager. Hey, I'm lag. Do I not read command output? What do you mean? What happened? Where did you see command output? Oh shit. You're right. No, I did not read because usually it's 3 lines and it's happy. What is the problem? We did fetch. Oh no. What? Guys, what did you guys do to my Zig? Who has killed oh come on. Yeah, I mean, what else can we expect? It's like this, but why did it who deleted this? It's writing the target backwards. Oh. Oh no. So I would need to update Zig up. Wait, is Mahler even still developing it? Last month. I think this is after. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I just need to update my Zig up. Okay, so I guess we do. Uh-oh. I don't have Zig up. Where's Zig up? Huh. Any Zig? No, I don't want any Zig. I don't like it. Too much magic. I guess I just downloaded Zig up from here then, and I just put it there. Or you know what? Copy link address here. Wait, is this older than the latest changes? He hasn't made a release in a while, huh? So I can't just download a pre-made release. I have to clone and build it myself. It did? Wait, but wasn't this like earlier than that? No, this was. Oh, you're right. It's all up exactly up to there. Sorry, I just saw the month and it felt too old. Yeah, I should read more, shouldn't I, dude? I just did a bunch of chores at home. Okay, that's my excuse. I'm gassed out and I can't read. Okay, so downloads. Tar. Uh, did we download it with a one? We did. Oh, because we had the old one. Okay. Bro. Oh, it just does not have a version flag. Well, okay. Well, it's succeeding now, so we're good. No, that is oh wait, let me double check. No, download and set version compiler as default. Oh, so I don't have to do fetch and default. I can just do zig up and then version. I didn't know that I could do this. That makes sense. Let's see if the new zig up has like a version flag. No. Oh well. Okay. So we have our zig version, right? There we go. No, we do not. We have 1145. Wait a second. We wanted 1149. Oh, but because I did fetch and not default, so we do it without everything, and now we're good. There we go. Okay. Okay, so apparently we also built with what we had before, so that was also fine. In any case, we're doing things by the book, so better, even better. Okay, so the theory is that I'm gonna run tests and it will fail, and then we need to understand why it fails. And if it does not fail, then I have no idea what's going on with CI. No failure. Okay, so we don't know why CI failed. So what's wrong with this guy? We don't know. Update source files, transitive failure. The following command terminated unexpectedly. Basically, the Zine debug command failed. The Zine release command failed. So all these commands failed, and it's not entirely clear why. So what do we do about this? I don't know. Rerun jobs. We don't have enough feedback, so that's unfortunate. Oh, I should have just rerun the one that failed. Whoops, not everything. Oh well. Okay, in any case, you know what? If something went bad, I bet our users will tell us. That's the Zine development system. Doo-doo-doo. How are we doing here? Yeah, Ubuntu fails apparently in a reliable manner. Interestingly. Yeah, this is bad, honestly. I wish I could actually see why. What can we add? So what would make Zig build give us? I guess what we would want to see is the standard error. The problem is that we're capturing the standard error. So let me think about it. So the stuff going through the camera, maybe it's complicated, but this one is not even going through the camera. So this is just camera is like an executable that runs another executable and collects both standard error and standard output into I think into one file, like into basically collects both of them and outputs them to its standard out, so we can collect just standard out from the build system, or like I don't remember, but basically we can get like one file out of it that contains both streams. So the question, I guess, is, but here we're not even using that. Here we're basically running Zine normally. We don't really care too much about the various things that it outputs because it's not the debug command. It's just the release command. So we care more than anything else about the actual artifacts that it outputs. How do you think Zine compares with eLisp? If you have Emacs and you're trying to extend your Emacs, I suspect you will have a better time with eLisp than Zig. Otherwise, in any other circumstance, I believe I don't know. Does eLisp work even remotely well outside of Emacs? Is anybody crazy enough to use eLisp outside of Emacs? So I don't know, man. Okay, what do we do here? No auto CRLF. How do we do this? Also, the Windows one is, okay, it wasn't just slow, it was just stuck. So if you pass verbose to Zig build, do you also see the output of the programs that you run? I think what we need is, okay, let's try to simulate a failing test. Let's have a failing test. So we go to, let me think. We want a test that we run to poop itself. And we want to see, I guess we can add a bad CLI argument, basically. So let's do that. Maybe, no, this is not it because it works in the other ones, in other OSs. So, but let's simulate that via a bad CLI flag. So we go to, I guess we can search for force. There we go, set up snapshot testing. And we mess up the release command. Now, I do Zig build test, and it will fail a lot. And I think this is what we're experiencing. But it doesn't tell us. It tells us that it failed. It doesn't tell us why it failed. Like we see no message. What if we do dash verbose? Are we seeing more why it failed? No, we're not seeing that. How can I get this info out of the Zig build system? Because I don't have the ability of running this command on the fucking CI if it fails. So what am I supposed to do at this point? What am I supposed to do at this point? /./...... Zig cache. Okay. Let's see if there's a flag that maybe we are missing. Verbose CC, verbose C, import LVM, air, link, debug RT, debug package config, debug log, build ID. And the minor link time expands, embeds a build ID in binaries. That is cool. Seed, build runner, global cache there, blah, 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 build file, reference trace. System integration, no. These are my flags. Fetch dependency tree, and exit. Fetch mode, needed all. Huh. Skip steps. Prominent compile errors. There's yeah, summary doesn't help us. Verbose, bring to commands before executing them. We're really missing a piece of functionality here. There must be a way to say, please show me the standard error of these failing processes. Although, am I capturing the standard error myself? Run Zine. Yeah, I am capturing the standard error. Is this what's causing this? Now I'm actually curious. What if I did this and I stopped capturing the standard error? Yeah, I mean, okay, there's a ton of that there, but also is immediately that just the diff? This is just the diff complaining. I'm not sure I understand what's going on here though. Oh, I think we're not running Zine at all right now. Okay, I get it because I commented this one out. This needs to be around Zine. There we go. Okay. Oh, now we see it. Okay, the problem is we're capturing it, and by capturing it, we don't see it. Huh. Huh. That is our problem. Action teammate mount on the CI to debug. I guess having access to the CI machine would solve this problem. Fair. But also I'm trying to think now. I'm trying to solve this without having to take out the big guns. And see if I can find at the end of the day, I don't right now. It doesn't seem that I really need to debug on the machine. Maybe I need to, but so far it seems that if I could simply see the standard error, that would be enough. The problem is that this setup hides the standard error from the output, and there doesn't seem to be a way for us to solve this. I think because if this step fails, then we don't do anything. I kind of wish that basically run artifact. If we're capturing standard out or standard error or whatever, it still tries to print it on failure instead of just hiding it. So does it have a function make? It has a make step, right? Let's take a look at the make step. By the way, even if we make changes to this is the source code, so it's not like we can get this on the CI machine easily. So this is not going to be a solution either. But I don't know. I'm kind of curious to see if there's something that we can do here easily without going too insane. So look at RV items. Okay, run.stdin, capture std out, blah, blah, blah. Where do we run the command? I want to see the actual command being run. Where are we sub-processing? Run command. There we go. Here we do the actual run. And this has a try. So I guess if the execution fails, we fail out of this. Let's see. Allow skip. Allow skip. Run SDO. Check Zig test. Spawn child and collect. Final argv fuzz content. Capture CD out and CDR to generated file object. I guess we could add a check that we expect SCDR to be empty. Maybe that would do it. I'm not sure though. Oh, in any case, there's no real, there's no attempt to print any output based on the exit code. Yeah. What do we do with the standard error output? Update source. Okay, we're basically trying to update snapshot.txt, but we don't do that if this fails. I guess the alternative would be instead of capture std out, we have add check. And what is check? Expect stdr match. I guess we want stdr exact. The problem is that this is not true because we want we don't want to match it exactly. We want to write it to a file. This is annoying. Okay, so basically what we would like is if the executable fails to run and you don't have any check in place, then you should print out standard error to the terminal instead of leaving it captured, because that would be the behavior otherwise, and that's what you want. Hello, Lamen. How's it going? I have a failure on CI. I have no output on what fails because of how I set up my build script. And so I don't know why it fails, because the funny thing is that it fails on here in this CI, but it doesn't fail on my Linux machine. So I have no way of knowing what's going wrong here. And that kind of sucks. I also did some somewhat invasive changes recently, so there's non-zero chances that I might have regret something with my changes. So I don't know. So I really just do not know. So yeah. What do we do next? We get them to make a release no matter what, and just leave it to users to figure out what's going on. I think that's what I will do. I was semi-joking earlier when I said this, but it seems to be the easiest way forward for now. Why do you think it would be bad to give users of async an access to yield? Because, well, let me let me turn your question into another question. Sorry, but I know that it's bad manners. But what would you want to use yield for? Like, tell me about use cases for yielding manually, like for having a manual yield that you as a user you can put in place, and then we can discuss if that does what you would hope it does, and what would be the maybe consequences, like secondary side effects of doing that. And sorry, I'll just ask you to do this once. You don't have to defend that idea entirely. I just want to like have a starting point that we can both reason about, and then I'll tell you my more general perspective on this. Hey friend, may I suggest you take a break from coding and play Halo Reach single player campaign? What? Why? I've never played any Halo. I don't like that game. Sorry. I know that I don't know, Xbox kids love Halo, whatever you want to pronounce it. I never really liked it. I never liked the single player. I never liked the multiplayer. I grew up on good old American Call of Duty 1, Call of Duty 1 United Offensive, which might very well be the best Call of Duty that they ever made. Call of Duty 2, Call of Duty 4, Call of Duty 3 never was a thing, apparently. I would say Call of Duty 4 is the last of the good Call of Duties. And it wasn't even that good. I would say it was the worst of the good Call of Duties. And then after that, everything went downhill. Let's see. The only time I use yield manually in Kotlin when it's on Java API, but I guess it must be useful for some long loops to not starve the runtime. Okay, that's a fair point. So you have a long computation and you don't want to starve the runtime, and so you yield. So there's two problems here, though. If you use yield, you are basically requesting task switching. So what do you do? So your thing that could otherwise be an async function that you run, that you would be able to run also in single-threaded mode, single-threaded blocking mode. Now, if you put yield in there, we either ignore your yield request, so we say, yeah, no, we don't yield, we just continue, or we say not supported because your request to yield cannot be honored. Assuming on how, it depends on how you interpret yield, right? Is yield like a request that you need to give control to something else at that point, or is it not? And depending on how you interpret it, there's like then you can decide if a single-threaded blocking implementation should error out on the presence of yield, because now you're basically saying I need task switching, or just ignore it because you consider it just a, let's say, a suggestion. There's another point that also people can use yield for correctness. So in an appropriate man, in a non-appropriate way. So I'll give you just a brief example of this. So let's say that you have this function loop first, and you have like a global condition. So you have var condition equals true. So it's just a variable, and maybe you have yeah, it's just a variable, and you do this void, and you have loop first that does while atomic load condition. I guess it would have to be ampersand condition. We say while it's false. Actually, let's start with false. Condition is not set. False. It's not set initially, so it's false. So we wait for it to become true, and we do continue in here. And then once it becomes true, we want to set it to false. We want to do at atomic store okay. So we have another function called function flip first. And this one does basically the inverse. So I'm gonna copy this stuff, and I'm gonna say we wait for. But first we flip the condition to true, and then we wait until the condition goes back to false to end. Okay, so here's the problem. If you run this with the IO system, this does not work. This is bad because you are using synchronization primitives that IO is not aware of. So if you want to integrate correctly with IO, you need to accept IO, and you cannot use atomic stores for synchronization, atomic stores and atomic loads, and that kind of stuff. You have to use whatever primitive IO gives you for synchronization. So mutexes, condition variables, whatever IO gives you, that's what you're supposed to use. Why is this? Because if you call this one first, you see that it keeps flipping, and maybe control never goes to the second one, and you never get unstuck and you're never gonna yield, right? Even if you do yield concurrent, async concurrent. By the way, async concurrent is gonna be called concurrent. So you do IO concurrent. You have to do IO concurrent because you know that these two guys need to synchronize with one another. They are not completely asynchronous. They need to synchronize. So you do IO concurrent loop first. And then you want to do IO concurrent dot flip first. The problem is you run loop first, but then you never yield because you keep doing this while loop. You never yield. If you had used IO dot mutex, you would yield because IO dot mutex would know to yield when it's necessary. But here you're not doing this. So if you give users a yield primitive that they can use directly, so this is what they could do. They could do this. And this would make it work. Adding this would make it work, but it would make it work in a way that is, how can I say? It's kind of like trying to solve a problem that you shouldn't have in the first place. It's your locking thing that should know when and how to yield. It shouldn't be something that is separate that you manage manually. So my point is that I think that giving people access to yield, it means that you have not correctly defined the semantics of your system. Now, your point about what if you have a very long loop and you want to serve the runtime, that is fair. But if you're looking at this from a very generic perspective, asynchrony does not give you any liveness guarantee in the sense. Well, no, it does give you liveness guarantees. I mean, it does not give you any like let's not call them real-time guarantees. It does not give you a guarantee of any kind that in a set amount of time, task switch will happen and progress will be made across all things. So that's not what async does. You could try to have async provide you this, but here's the problem. If you try to bake these assumptions inside of async, then the moment that your system goes under load, then your algorithms will all fall apart because they rely on the expectation that task switching happens often enough. And then when a lag spike happens, because you get a ton of requests at the same time or like some other condition, and your system needs to get a little bit under load. And so the window between it's able to switch tasks starts to enlarge, and now things fall apart in all kinds of ways. Here's another example in which this kind of stuff happens. It's IO sleep duration. That thing is really bad. I think I have mentioned this to Andrew, and I think we might want to take it out. Basically, sleep duration, it allows you to say sleep and you say 10 milliseconds, right? So you say I want to sleep for this long, or like let's say 1 second, and so you can do you just do try sleep 1 second. But the problem is you don't say exactly from when, because your assumption is maybe that you do async do thing, And so you're here doing, you expect the thing to go off on its own and do its own thing, and immediately after you start sleeping, and so you have these two things running concurrently. But you're not getting but no, well, sorry, no, your expectation is not even just that they're running concurrently. You're also kind of expecting some parallelism, because in reality, async could be stuck do thing for a long time, and you say maybe, well, yeah, then you should have used concurrent. Fine, let's use concurrent. But concurrent only guarantees you that eventually we will return back here to run the rest. But it doesn't guarantee you that it will happen immediately. So you basically might spend, even if you call IO concurrent, you might spend a long time stuck in here, and then you arrive here very late, 10 minutes late, and you sleep 1 second, and now, some other timer that you have is out of whack. So this is why good sleep primitives, they are not based on durations, but they're based on deadlines. So the idea is that you select a starting timer precisely in a way that is objectively written in the code. So here you do start equals I don't know, io dot now. So here you get the starting time, and sleep, instead of being sleep duration, is start plus 1 second. And now you know that this is going, and that now you have this work as expected in a more objective way. I don't know if what I'm saying makes if I'm being clear. Sorry, I haven't practiced explaining this part yet. But the difference between sleep and sleep duration is gigantic. And the problem is that if you don't have this stuff very clear in your mind, that asynchrony doesn't give you any promise of anything happening in real time, your code will work fine up until it goes under load, and then things will go absolutely out of whack, because you are not because you baked assumptions that the system is just unable to give you. Maybe your point could be, sorry, I'm imagining a counterpoint. A counterpoint could be, well, then maybe async should have some real-time guarantees in it. Maybe, but it's hard. And in my perspective, it's something that is kind of orthogonal. So to me, it seems like it's a different system that you have to design. And but it's, in any case, it is guaranteed to be wrong for you to expect real-time performance from these primitives, from the async primitives that you even get normally. And you can find occasionally talks and blog posts that tell you what happens when evented systems start getting underload. They get a ton of weird behavior and unexpected bugs because they make mistakes, like assuming that a thing will immediately continue right after. They assume that they can put a sleep duration, and that the sleep duration makes sense and it's not going to be delayed arbitrarily in a way that is completely unexpected from them. And so this is why IODO sleep is correct, while sleep duration is kind of by default not correct. I cannot say that it's not correct in any situation. Maybe in some situations it's inconsequential, but in situations where timers, where these timers are important, then you have to use explicit durations, because otherwise you have no way of knowing when your sleep is going to start when you have other concurrent stuff going on. So yeah, so to me, manual yield falls into the camp of the user is being given a tool that does not have a real utility. It's a tool that helps solving problems that should not be solved that way. I guess it would be more like a suggestion. And towards the yield, you would do the same with yield concurrent. For now, the approach that we're having is, if you're concurrency, task switching on concurrency works well. It is perfectly sound to have task switching on concurrency when the coroutine is doing IO, and when the coroutine wants to synchronize with another thing. And I believe that these two things are really everything that the coroutine needs to be able to do. Under that assumption, then making sure that whenever you do IO, you do print, then we yield. And every time you try to grab a mutex, try to wait or wake up a condition variable, then we also yield there, which means that that yielding doesn't have to be user managed. If this assumption is correct, then it should be true that there should be no situation where you really need to yield manually and then you can't. And then there is no other way for you to make it happen. So my point is that, yeah, maybe there are situations where you would want to do this, like the async, the atomic operations example from before. But the answer in that case is it's on you. You should not be using atomic variables to do synchronization. You should use a higher level API, and then the IO implementation decides how to lower it, which might very well be atomics. Who knows? Because a multi-threaded IO implementation could decide that atomics are the way to go for implementing that specific type of synchronization that I showed earlier. I guess we'll have to see how far we go with this. But also another point, yield for not starting the runtime also has the opposite problem, that it causes system crashing when it's under load. Like, you have maybe 5 things that are like super expensive and you need to complete them, but then to not start the system, they start yielding to one another, and so you keep jumping. And it turns out that if you just did them start to finish one after the other, it would take you 5 seconds. But because of all the yielding, it takes you 10 seconds. And now you're basically doubled your window in which the system is completely under stress, because you started yielding without, a real reason to do it. So I think that's another downside of giving users access to yield. I cannot say with full certainty that this is the way to go. I think it's too early, but it's an interesting design. I think it's a very interesting property. The current design should be able to express everything, should allow you to express everything that you would need without needing to put manual yields in the code. Also, last thing, to think about this from the flip side, if we want to promise you that you can use synchronous code in a concurrent runtime, so you can use a database library that has not been written with async in mind, so that doesn't do any async thing in it, then that library will not have calls to yield in it. And so we shouldn't have the case where people open you an issue and say, look, your library is generally fine, but you need to put a yield in here. And we need that yield, otherwise it fucks up our concurrent system. And that should not be the case. There should be maybe another system that says, well, look, we need like some real-time guarantees over how much this stuff runs, because we're doing some real-time stuff. But that, I think, should be like a completely different mechanism, a completely separate part of the language, which obviously will have to somehow integrate with async. But in any case, I think it's something different that we don't have yet, and I don't know when we will have it. I guess one thing at a time. Hello, CryptoCode. What if you just use regular async with a deadline timer argument, and then Plaster just await on its promise that would use the API that already exists, and then later just await on its promise. Okay, so you're saying that async should contain a deadline. So the answer is that we do believe, no. Okay, never mind. Then it's something else. But I will tell you one thing. Okay, so this is for sure a problem. So check this out. Async deadline seconds. Oh no. But wait, what is your point about this? Then await that. That also works, sure. But this is not giving you anything that you don't already have with this. keep in mind that when you do try io.sleep, that's like the sleep doesn't return a future. It makes you sleep immediately. So what's the difference? I believe that this and this and this give you the same thing. Oh, smaller API. Oh, when okay, so you're saying don't have io.sleep in the IO interface. Instead, have you async something that sleeps. Well, but wait, how do you express a sleeping then inside of there? How do you sleep inside that line? You can't just YOLO call like thread of sleep. No, you can okay, you can await the future return by this for sure, but how do you implement a deadline? So, but the way I understand it is that what you're saying is that deadline is a userland function that somehow sleeps. And my answer is if I take away io.sleep from you, how do you implement a deadline? Also, be aware that if you pass seconds, so deadline will return a future with the start time. I'm not sure I follow completely, but let me just point out one key point here. The difference between the reason why sleep is better than sleep duration. So io.sleep duration, which I would like to convince Andrew to take away from, to remove, is that sleep duration you say 10 seconds. The problem is that if you do something like this, you do concurrent do thing, and then you do sleep duration, then you think that while something else, like another thread or something, is doing do thing, we're sleeping for 10 seconds. And then after 10 seconds, we can say something like this: if not finished, something like this. But here's the problem. Even if this is called with concurrent, you don't get a guarantee that you will execute this line down here within 10 seconds or immediately after. So it might be that between you starting to execute this and returning and evaluate this line, it might have passed another 5 seconds, a minute. Like in a system under load, it might have passed a long time before we reach here. And async doesn't give you a promise that we will reach down here in real time. It will tell you that eventually we'll get there, but not right after. So if you say that I want to sleep 10 seconds, this means 10 seconds from when we return to here, which could be immediately. So your mental idea that we're gonna run this and this at the same time, and so 10 seconds later we decide to cancel concurrent, to cancel this guy if it hasn't completed. But in reality, it could have passed 10 minutes. I'm exaggerating this, but it could have passed 10 minutes before we get here. And so this is 10 minutes after. So, so this is problematic. Now, let me change this to async. Async, how can I say? Let's see. Deadline could always just start a one-shot timer in the system or a thread. You don't always have a thread. What is a one-shot timer in the system? Start IO now, concurrent do thing, and IO now. Try sleep, clamp, start, and start. That's not how it works, because like your end should be start plus how much time you want to have passed from start. So I mean, what you're saying mostly makes sense. It's just I don't understand the end io.now. There's also the single threaded case, which I think is interesting. So if you're in single threaded mode, then this whole construct is never going to work as you expected. I think that you can think of single-threaded blocking mode as being mostly similar, so not a one-to-one comparison, but a very similar comparison to a concurrent system under extreme load, where basically in single-threaded mode, what happens is that you always do this to completion, and you always let me do it like this. Let's say that you do something like this: var t equals io.async. This is not like correct syntax, but let's imagine that we do this. We do even good sleep. io.sleep now plus, I don't know, 10 seconds. YouTube chat does not appear. No, yeah, this board does not do YouTube chat. Sorry, YouTube chatters. We don't see you. But there isn't a ton of YouTube chat. It's fine. What are people saying? Is web GPU WGSL shaders support planned soon? I don't know, man. You're not giving me a ton of context. Let's see. Trying to apply my experience from Boost ASIO, which has deadline timer, which you then async await. Maybe it doesn't fit. CryptoCode, I think a good rule of thumb is that whatever C++ is doing is probably not the best thing. I'm sorry to say it this way, but man, that in my experience is true not just of C++, also of a ton of other things. Like think about asserts. If you let C-style asserts be the default way that you think about asserts, look at how much interesting behavior you're leaving on the table because of how crappy they are implemented in C. So let's reason about this stuff from a first principles perspective, okay? So let's say that we do this. Again, this is a bit of like pseudocode. So here we would basically, I guess this would be io.sleep, and then we pass in io, and then this start equals io.now, and then this would be start. Okay, so let's say that we have this case, and then down here we do, this is also I think a fairly common way of doing it. We do select, and we do select on actually this is not a struct, it's a struct instance, right, that you pass in, where you just make up the field names. I've just seen C++ libassert, which was horrifying. Can you give me a short list of interesting things that libassert does that you find horrifying? I would be curious. In any case, let's say that you want to do select f equals f, and the other one is timeout. Oh, size of it. Okay, so timeout is t. And then you do switch. How does it work? I think you switch over the select, right? And then you do .f case. Dot timeout. So if you're doing this in a single-threaded blocking system, what's going to happen is that you first do the thing, then you sleep 10 seconds, which you don't really want to do, and then you get into the select, and I guess depending on how the select is implemented, you will always either return f or always return timeout, or actually select could decide at random, like in case that both are already completed, like all the futures that you give to it are completed, it could choose at random. And so, which is not the best policy, but it's also not the worst. So it selects at random, and so sometimes it selects the timeout case, and so here we cancel. So we do f.cancel, IO, and then we try to cancel, and so we do, what is it, const v equals cancel IO. Can we try this? No, we do catch, I don't know, catch return maybe, and then here we do v.vinit, assuming that, you know, we're assuming the do thing returns a value that requires cleanup. So look at this. Look at how fucked up this is in single threaded mode. We do the thing, we sleep for 10 seconds, we do the select, and the select might decide that it's actually the timeout triggered because it did trigger. And so we're going to throw away the work that we did. And the thing is, you might be thinking, wait, yeah, but that's because you keep trying to allowing async code to run in single threaded mode. Sure, a single threaded blocking mode. But the point is, your concurrent system under load will behave like a single threaded blocking IO system. The single thread blocking IO system is basically the bad case scenario, not necessarily maybe the worst, like the worst case scenario. Let's say the worst case scenario of your concurrent system. This could happen in your concurrent system. This is wrong code. This is, I would say, trivially wrong code in a system that is non-concurrent. But this is also wrong in a system that is concurrent. It's just less obvious. And I think this is another very interesting thing to fall from, to come out of our way of reasoning about this stuff. Asynchrony is not fucking concurrency. And once you realize that, now you understand how to write concurrent systems in a way that isn't jank. And this is jank. This is absolute ass jank. So, and actually, this is making this better. Imagine if this was a sleep duration. Sleep duration would make this even worse because you do sleep duration. I don't know, like your timeout is you know, you get paged at the middle of the night and people tell you, God damn it, the system is under load, keeps timing out. Can you please bump up the timeout on these things? Sure. And then you go and you put it to 60 seconds. And now your system is doing nothing for 60 seconds sometimes. In any case, so async timeout. No, I would say that what you want is timeout to be a concept tied to synchronization. So when you want to synchronize with things, that's where you put timeouts. So I don't know what the API is going to be for us. And let me put it also this way. I'm not sure we have thought this through start to finish. So there might be some more things that we'll figure out going forward. But for now, it seems like that the thing that you want to do is that synchronization also is the thing that has timeout in it. You don't do timeouts on your own. So here would be that select basically, select accepts a. Let's say that I'm gonna take this code up here. So instead of doing this stuff, you take this, you put it here, and you say start, and then you do select. And the first argument maybe is the timeout. So start plus 10 seconds. And so that way select is aware of this timeout and it can behave appropriately. Then how do you handle the fucking timeout? I don't know. That's something to be figured out. Like the API needs to be figured out. But by baking timeouts as a concept that the interface is aware of, I think things are easier to model. Async starts only when released. You don't know how to answer that question. I don't know what releasing async means. The operations that I'm aware of, like the operations that I consider part of the async, is executing this function, and awaiting the future, or selecting it, like io.select or t.await. These are like the main stages. So I don't know what you mean async starts only when released. In any case, so the async stuff is complicated, huh? Not obvious at all, I would say. Let's go into Zine. Async starts to do things before going to the next line or not? Well, so this question, the answer is that you don't know. That's exactly the point of async. Yeah, you don't know if it starts doing things before going to the next line or not. It could choose to do it, or it could choose not to do it that way. You do not know. That's what async means. There is async means lack of synchronization with, let's say, what's around it. We can be more precise than that, but for now it's fine. So you don't know. It's not synchronized with the rest of the code. You synchronize back to it when you await the return future. But until then, you don't know. You could even have an implementation of async that decides to run the async thing only when you await it. So like basically that the await call turns into the function call. You could implement async that way if you wanted to. There's actually some positive properties that come from that design. For people who haven't seen it, check out this. Check these out. Okay, git log, where are we? So bump Zine version, this is tag v 0.11. We haven't made a release yet. Has anybody complained about Zine not working in Discord? Nobody has complained, so let's make the release. Even though we have this fading test on Ubuntu, I have no idea how to fix that. So a user will report it. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's just a bug in my testing stuff. That also has happened. So let's do this. Zig build release. Enjoy watching the system build a bunch of releases all at once. Also, this is one of those cases where the system is under load. If somebody fucks up, async concurrent programming, then we're gonna pay the price for it. Okay, we have made our releases. There we go. Let's go draft a release. In 2023, Andrew estimated a 2025 release. What's the updated roadmap looking like? That number sounds sus. I think that in 2023, Andrew probably estimated a 2028 release. And I would say in 2025, I would estimate a 2033 release. So the joke here is that we always say that version 1.0 is 5 years ahead, but the answer is that we don't know. It's gonna take as much time as it needs. Because if you put a deadline on it, then you miss out. Like, okay, chat, would you be happy for Zig to release 1.0 tomorrow, but then we don't get to realize that asynchrony is not concurrency, and we ship a buggy like first iteration of async that is not any better than what's already out there, and the ecosystem has to be split because we don't know how to make it better? Nobody needs it. Yeah, I've started reading some papers about this stuff, and I have not seen one definition of these terms that convinces me. And this is, in my opinion, a reflection over how little we understand these topics. Like the fact that we don't have solid terminology for it shows that we don't know what's going on. Zig is not ready for 1.0. Please don't do it, Loris. Okay, I won't do it. Wait, guys, you've all been saved by Blurry Cat. I was about to press the button, honestly. But Blurry Cat's, heartfelt plea convinced me. So yeah, it takes time. It takes time because there's a lot of things that need to be explored. And the payoff for certain things is gigantic. Like if you get certain things right and you break away from what has been up until yesterday, obviously Zig is not gonna, reinvent everything and rediscover computer science from scratch and everybody's dumb. That's not true, obviously. There's a ton of smart people that have done a ton of smart things over the times. But not everything has been done to perfection. Everything that we do, everybody that does anything has practical limits to how far they can push it. I'm writing Zine, and I'm going to make some progress, and I'm going to make it nice. But could it be possible that tomorrow somebody who can observe, all the good things that I come up with Zine right away, and they have the opportunity of basically consider that their starting point, could somebody come up with something better? Well, I certainly hope so. So that's kind of where we are right now. For example, not taking for granted that asserts should be implemented as macros, not having macros at all in the language. That's a good idea. That allows us to, we can observe, there were macros in the past. There was no metaprogramming, so they had to come up with something and they came up with macros. It was better than nothing. Maybe it was better than nothing. But now we have the luxury of seeing that as our starting point. Our starting point is languages that have macros. And so we can start from there and say, well, we want metaprogramming, but let's see if we can do better. And then we have the luxury of observing what happens when you implement async and await in a certain way, which wasn't the case before, right? Somebody had to come up with async await as a starting point. By the way, question for chat, do not Google this. So I will wait from the moment that I say it. I will wait. Let's say this is going to be a real time thing. I'm going to wait 20 seconds, and I want any answer that comes after 20 seconds, I will consider to be basically you looking at the internet. But do you know who has introduced async and await as keywords in a language for the first time? Go. I'm going to wait 20 seconds. So 45. Is going to be 05. 10 seconds. Me? What do you mean? There's async and await in other languages. Yeah, Blurrycat knows. You see, Blurrycat knows the horrors. It's C#. Well, I think technically, according to Wikipedia and all the sources, F# was the first language to introduce async in the language. But the first, let's say procedural, normal language to introduce async, as we know it, like you put async on function definitions. Oh, you just Googled faster than that. God damn it. Yeah, because I don't know how laggy you guys are with respect to me. So I didn't know how much time I should have waited. In any case, yeah, it's C#. It's fucking C#. So what's my point? My point is that, well, before C#, nobody had seen async and await implemented in a language in any shape or form, so they had no idea. And also at the time, I guess there was a lot of people really being horny for continuations. And but continuations, I don't know if I remember also when going to university how the fact that Lisp had support for continuations was this super fucking cool thing in some programming class, and like the professor yapping about this stuff. In hindsight, look, continuations are just a primitive for task switching. There's nothing particularly transcendental about them. It's just the same stuff that now most languages have. And now the fact that everybody wants to do task switching all over the place all the time, it's actually part of the problem. Like being able to disentangle async from task switching. Anyway, we have the luxury of observing this, and then we can do better. So Zig is going to take some time. It's going to take the time that it needs. And honestly, it's better this than rushing it out the door, rushing a V1 out of the door, and then either breaking compatibility after promising backwards compatibility after promising it, or alternatively, I don't know, just leaving the language there, half done. I had the displeasure to try and read some F# code at work. It's I mean, it's like a camel. I don't know. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I don't like the .NET ecosystem, so I don't love F#. Also, F# has this. I hope they fixed it, but like for years they had this stupid fucking thing where you get into the interpreter and then you don't know how to exit it, because exiting the F# interpreter is insane. Does anybody who have seen this specific kind of horror remember what is the secret incantation to exit the F# interpreter? Because it's kind of nuts. An exit mode. I think it's something like, yeah, # quit : oh my god, yeah, semicolon. You know what, I was about to say it. It's burned into my brain. It's stupid as fuck. They had like, and if you typed anything that wasn't this, it's not like it would tell you, dude, I see that you're trying to exit, this is how you exit. No, it would just tell you nothing. Like, you either knew this or you wouldn't be able to exit. like that. And people keep joking about Vim. Yeah, no, Vim is fine actually compared to this. Okay, let's let's add a log entry. Actually, no, let's fix the other things first. So we want GitHub pages. Huh? What? Okay. Log. So section ID 0.11.0 data date 7. Yeah, what is it? 24th. Okay, what do we say here? This release brings a minor backwards compatibility breakage, but nothing, and a few good bug fixes. Let's see. Breaking change. Zine will now refuse to output a website release into a directory, to a non-empty directory. This solves the problem of users being surprised that oh my god, surprised that all files are somehow still accessible, well, being rendered when they're actually not. And this also seems a better choice than silently nuking, silently deleting, well, then defaulting to deleting, to emptying the output folder, the output dir, as that could have catastrophic consequences. You can use force or to output to ignore the presence of other files. Related to this change, bug fixes. Okay, we have actually a bunch of bug fixes. Uh, let's see. You're coding for weeks or months just to hopefully get back into the same apparent functionality. Or what are you guys talking about? I started writing some of my projects 5 years ago, and then I got burned out on them before finishing their rewrites, and they move forward at like 5 commits per year. Oof. And the project's got almost no new features since I started the rewrite branches. Oof. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we have a quick recap of what changed since the last release. So we can go here, we can click 6 commits, and that tells us what happened. So I did an issue template that's not going to be part of the releases. Missing check when attempting to get siblings from root. Yeah. Added missing check to next page, prev page as next, as prev when the target page is the root index, as the Zine section model defines the index page of a section to not be part of the section. So the root index, well, consequently, the root index cannot have any sibling. A proper error will be reported now. Okay, next. Right, we got a Ziggy syntax error. We got this the super MD one. Okay, so Ziggy parsing code failed to report syntax errors in string escapes, resulting in the confusing situation where an error is being reported, the list of diagnostics next page, thank you, but the list of diagnostics is empty. This is now reported correctly. Super MD Would mistake okay. I did all these fixes, so I don't have anybody to thank for NPR. I think this is it. Okay, so we can push this, but before we push this, we want to make the release on GitHub. So let's go to GitHub. Log # v 0.11.0. Oops. Okay. Publish the release. What's your problem? Tag name can be blank. Sure. This one. Okay. So that link doesn't exist for now, but git pull rebase. Okay. Let's see if the Zine website builds correctly. Ooh, it failed. Why? Error accessing their public unexpected. Error accessing their public unexpected. How? It's because it doesn't exist. Is this the problem that I've been seeing in on Linux then? No, that seems weird because it's an open path. What? Error accessing their public unexpected. In build.zig, disk check empty output, we call ensure empty. And this is what fails out? Next can return unexpected. Can the iterator return unexpected? Or POSIX unexpected error? Huh? What are we doing that is so weird here? We're doing output base there, make open path. So the dash F would solve it, but why are we encountering an error? And also, it's not happening to me. You know what we should do? Let's try this. So I can do Zine Release. The output directory is not empty there. So I'll remove public and then I run it again. And then it works. Is public, am I committing public? I should not be committing public. No, so I'm not committing public correctly, I would say. Actions. Error accessing their public unexpected. Why? Why do we do this? Do we try to invoke Zine in a weird way? No, we don't even try to invoke Zine in a weird way because we allow it to put the output wherever it wants, and then we grab it from public. So we really do nothing. I'm gonna rerun the job, which I don't expect. I honestly don't expect to cause any change. But why are we getting unexpected? This is insane. Okay, let's go to the release page. Let's change it for a moment. Let's try to turn it off from being visible. Pre-release, so people don't see it. Yeah, so people see still the other one. Let's work out what's wrong. Did we fail again? Yeah, we failed again. Okay, error accessing their public unexpected. Should I not be able to do assume first iteration? Should it just be iterate? Was that attempting, like, expecting too much? Were we expecting too much? I honestly do not know. Well, I need to test this. So here's what I'm gonna do. Kids at home, do not do this. I'm gonna do a Zig build release, and I'm gonna replace the artifacts with this new artifact, and I'm gonna try to build again the website and see if that makes any difference. I cannot reproduce this error on my machine. I have no idea what's going on. Let's see if I can hear, maybe. There we go. I think we're finally seeing the problem. Okay, let's do this. Reach unreachable code. There is invalid. Oh, it was open without iteration ability. Damn it, that is the problem. That was the problem all along. I forgot that you have to do this on Linux. You have to say that you want to iterate on it. Oh my god, I forgot that that was a thing. God damn it. Uh, so you go in here. There we go. We figured out also what was the failure on CI now. And I guess my tests weren't. I then don't know why my tests were not failing. Okay, let's see if this is any better. I would expect this to succeed now. No, it still fails. Okay, so this CI still fails. We don't know why. Let's see if the website builds. Where's my change? Wait a second. I expected this to be part of this commit. Wait, did you change it here, not here? Am I dumb? No, please. I cannot be this dumb. Oh, wait, I was looking, I think, at the wrong file, right? Because we're looking at... We need to be looking at this file. Wait. Where did my change go? Did we fail to save this file? Okay, now this is git status. Git rebase. We take this. We place it here. We squash it. Right? Okay, now I want to see this fucking change in this commit. Okay, we have it. Okay, we're slowly getting there. I don't know what happened to my last change. I should have read probably something failed. Like maybe the file failed to save or something. I don't know. Pure conjecture. Since Linux can run multiple types of file system, could it be that your tests are running with Linux on your file system, which will cause an error if you iterate on a dir that is not open for iterating, but then GitHub fails because of a different file system? It could be. Yeah, that could be it. I forgot completely. Like the problem is that the CI was not showing me any output. and like it just was showing errors. And I completely forgot that you had to open a directory for iteration, and that's a thing that other OSs don't really care about. It's like a Linux only thing, pretty much. So yeah, I completely forgot about this, and that's why we're here, I guess. And I guess that's why we are here. So did we push successfully? Okay, sorry. Let me just. Okay, it's. Oh, did I give iterate to the wrong thing? Is that what happened? I don't think so, though. Either way, this guy has it. That's what matters. So now this is okay. Should there be an assert in the debug mode to check if the directory is opened in iterator mode? Good question. There should be, maybe. But there isn't, right? Because if there was, it would fail also on other OSs, and it does not. So, I don't know, maybe there should be. Okay, let's see if we can get this goddamn release right now. Okay, let's remove these things. Let's put these assets there. Tag, I think we can leave it. We can leave the same tag there. I shouldn't be doing this, all these, duck dance when making a release. But I was having trouble. I was having trouble getting this stuff happening. Sorry, figuring out what that bug was, and so I was planning to ignore it, but then it started biting me again. So here we see the failure again, but I'm not sure if this is being run as based on the right series of commit, because this one. Does this one contain that change build? Okay, it does. Oh, yeah. Look what happened. I think I gave iterability to the iatn-dir, which is not needed. So that's what happened. So the first iterate didn't like disappear. It was just me putting it in the wrong line. Oh man. Okay, let's see if the Zine website now builds. Okay, we succeeded. The test is failing though. Could you try patching your local Zig STD with an assert in file.iterate to see if it can repro the issue on your computer? I mean, we have guaranteed that this is it. So the CI is failing for some other reason, it seems, maybe. But here it works. And by the way, I was able to repro it by trying to build the website. So this worked. We were able to reproduce this. CI is failing for some other reason that I cannot reproduce. But let me try. You know what? I mean, sorry, I don't think that anything is gonna change. But I guess I can git pull zbuild test. Yeah, it's just fine on my machine, and I don't know why. Let's go. ZineSSG.io. Let's see. V11.0, breaking change. Zine will now refuse to output a website release to a non-empty directory. This solves the problem of users being surprised that all files are somehow still being rendered, even though they're really not. And this also seems a better choice than defaulting to emptying the output there, as that could have catastrophic consequences. You can use force to ignore the presence of other files. Related to this change, -- install has been renamed to -- output since Zine now refuses to install releases. Yeah. So added missing check. Zig parsing code failed to report syntax errors. SuperND would mistake these. So remote URL in vanilla image syntax for a local asset. This has now been fixed. So this is a good release. This fixes a bunch of stuff. The breaking change is not that breaking. So it's maybe a little bit breaking for some workflows, but I mean, they just need to realize that that's what's happening and put force, and they're good. Or even just realize the consequences of what they were doing. Maybe they were not even realizing that that's what was happening. So nice. This seems overall a good release. Okay, so first task completed. We still have that CI failure on Linux that we don't know why is there. Also, why is this page not able to fit my goddamn screen? I don't get it. GitHub. Where is it? Actions. Oh, here's another thing. I'm not sure that this CI is running correctly, because I'm worrying that it might be running still on some outdated commit, because I was force pushing everything. So let's see what happens after I do a normal commit. I would expect GitHub to not mess up a force push. They rewrite some history. I would expect it to run this correctly, but you can never really know for sure. So we'll see, I guess. Okay, so we did a release of Zine. There we go. We can say v0.11.0. Okay, we need to see if we want a bot to automerge PRs. So here's the idea. I have a website called zig.day, which is a static website rendered by Zine. By the way, we should update it to latest Zine, I guess, also. Not that much needs to change, but still. And the idea is that I want Zig-Day organizers the ability to change and change descriptions for their own Zig-Day and add new events to their own Zig-Day, but I don't want them to be able to do the same to sections of the website that don't belong to them. So I want basically them to have the ability to, there's a repository, github.com zig.day. Oh, we have a PR? Oh yeah, that one. Okay. Basically, they have been added to this repo, but there is a code owners. And the code owner says who should be able to touch what. What is the problem? Is that even though GitHub integrates with code owners, there is no way of saying, please make it so that if somebody sends a PR only modifying files that they are code owners for, then they should be able to merge their own PR. I tried to set this up in settings. I thought that GitHub supported this use case, but it does not. Even though I think it's not really out there. I think it's maybe not the most basic way of using the repository, granted, but it's not that hard, not that complicated. So, yeah, so here's how I work. Here's how I did it, and it doesn't work. So I checked require a pull request before merging, and then I said required approvals 0. So it does not require approvals, but it requires a review from code owners. And I assumed that they would be able to, review their own thing, but it doesn't work that way. So they would be able to merge stuff, in like autonomy. If they were able to review their own PR, but you can't. Like even though you're a code owner, like for example, if Andrew modifies Portland, Mason has to accept, has to be the one to provide the review. And then after Mason provides the review, then they will be able to merge their own PR. But then you have, for example, Matt Knight. And Matt Knight cannot review his own PR, so he cannot merge basically anything, because he would need a second person, a second account to provide the review. A second account who is a code owner of Vancouver more specifically. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that what we should have is a bot that sees, like a GitHub action that sees PRs, that is able to say, if to check if all files that have been modified belong to the submitter. So if the submitter is also the code owner of everything that was modified, and if so, the bot should auto merge the PR. That is my idea. Now, I don't know. I know that there are some bots that do this kind of stuff, generally speaking. I know that you can parse code owners and look at the information. I know that you can parse, I guess, the diff, or in any case, you can get information about which files were modified, and then you can get information about who submitted the PR. So you have all the ingredients. What I do not know is if bots are able to trigger a PR merge. Can a bot merge a PR on GitHub? That is a question that I don't have the answer to. Like in autonomy, I mean. GitHub, can a bot merge PRs? PR merge bot. This action manages pull request integrations by allowing a structured workflow to be defined. The workflow can be used to blah, 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 blah. Does he do it or does he not do it? Yes, GitHub Actions bot merge commit into master now. So, okay. So there is a bot that can merge PRs. When certain conditions are met, oh my God, please, dude, please tell me that you have the code owners thing in place. Please tell me that you can do it. Let's see, inputs, test, run in test mode, and will comment rather than merge. I don't care. Reviewers required, and reviewers must all approve. This enforces a reviewer mode where there cannot be any pending reviews, and submitted reviews must be in approved state. Default is true. Labels, one or more labels required for integration. Default is ready. Blocking labels, checks enabled. All checks must have completed to be eligible to integrate. It does not include the currently running action. Note, if triggering multiple runs simultaneously, this will not pass. Use with caution. Default is false. Method. Delete source branch. It doesn't do the code owners thing. I cannot believe it. But it shows us that we can make a bot that merges PRs, I guess. Okay, so I think this is what I want to try and work on next. But I think I'm gonna take a 5-minute break in the meantime before I start. So Bork AFK. Give me 5 minutes, and then I'll be back. Quick break. Then PR auto merge bot. What's the best way to install Zig? Go to ziglang.org, download the tarball, extract it in your system. There's also other ways suggested in the learn section. So there's a guide that tells you how to get started. It shows you also some other options, but just download the thing and extract it somewhere. That works. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, are we doing this? Are we doing some hot JavaScript programming? I guess it's time, huh? So there's this bot, I guess, that you can look at for inspiration. Also, Azure pipelines.yaml. Oh no. npm install -g jest save dev npm install run test. npm install and test. Workflows, merge bot. So this is like a test integration check. Okay. So this is one. There was another bot that I saw that we could take inspiration from. Let me see if I can find it. There's this guy, automerge bot. This one doesn't do what we want either out of the box. We need to make our own. As weird as it sounds. Heavily inspired by functionality from ProBot and based on the existing GitHub Action OSS docs tool, code owner self-merge. Man, that sounds exactly what I want. But let's see, a GitHub action for letting code owners merge PRs via green PR reviews. So that's also kind of sounds what we want, but not quite. Then let's code owners merge PRs via a comment. Okay, so basically this is like, it says LGTM from a code owner and it merges stuff. Okay, and so we have these. Okay, I'm going to open this in another tab. What does this one do then differently than the other one? Let's see. It does commands. So instead of a general comment, it wants specific commands. So action.yaml inputs CWD, the path, the root folder where we should look for code owners, the merge strategy to use. If a PR does not have any community maintainer, apply this label. If a PR does not have any community maintainers, assign these people. Quiet. Do not say this PR can be merged by out loud. Owner no pings. Wrap mention in inline code block to prevent pings. And then runs. This seems so close to what we want. Also, wait, does the YAML thing say also when it runs? And it says it runs on branding. It doesn't say when it runs on though. It says inputs, but it doesn't say what triggers it. Does that make sense? I guess people decide what triggers it. Oh yeah, right. It's the upstream YAML file that says when to run this, and they have to run it on like issue comment, basically this kind of stuff. So yeah, we don't want that. I think we want this to like an open pull request, or whenever a pull request is synchronized. It's one of those two. Okay, what does the code look like then? This really seems to be the closest one, but I'm not even sure. There's a code owners dependency that does probably code owners parsing. Effectively, main function. Okay. Tell folks they can merge. If context event name pull request target, comment on mergeable PRs. Merge if they say they have access. Event name is issue comment, and event name is pull request review, has valid LGTM substring. Merge if it has access. If in code owners, reopen if in code owners. Why are these bots doing so much work in a way that makes no sense? Okay, I guess we need to start with a new repository. So we need to make a new repository. Is the new Async IO already on master? No, it's not yet there. You need to wait probably a couple months before it gets there. So new repository. And it's gonna be code owners dash code owners dash automerge. Code owners automerge. I think that's pretty much what we want. PRs from code owners that auto merges PRs from code owners that only change owned files. That's pretty much what it is. Yeah, and the README git ignore template node, I guess. Because I think we'll need node. I don't think we can pull this off without node. Like maybe we can, but it would require us. Wait, can we avoid any stupid fucking JavaScript? That would be delightful. The problem is, well, to avoid JavaScript, we would have to write this in what? Not Zig, because you don't get Zig on CI normally. Although we could add that as a dependency, but that's a lot of jank. I think it has to be JavaScript. Okay, so let's see how this works. GitHub action. So we want to learn how to create a GitHub action. Get started with action. Contact sales. What? Quick start? No. I want to make an action. Please, I want to make an action. Stop trying to upsell me. Documentation. Writing workflows. Tutorials for GitHub action. Continuous integration. GitHub actions marketplace. Maybe the marketplace has information on how to make an action. Create a new extension. Let's go. Create a draft GitHub marketplace listing from one of your tools. That's not what I was thinking. Okay, so this is another thing. Bro, please. I need docs. How do I create actions in GitHub? I don't want the AI shit. Please give me the docs. Creating actions. So they have docs and they hide them from you to give you the slop from their fucking bot. Releasing and maintaining actions. Create a third-party CLI action. Learn how to develop an action to set up a CLI on GitHub Actions runners. What does that even mean? You can write an action to provide a way for users to access your servers via a configured CLI environment for how-tos, writing workflows, managing, creating and publishing actions. So I want the first one. I swear I saw these docs before, like the various kinds of actions that you can create. Where did those docs go? Actions, JavaScript action. There's an ocean of files, dude. There's an ocean of files. Use this template to bootstrap the creation of a JavaScript action. This template includes compilation, support, tests, validation workflow, publishing, and versioning guidance. If you are new, there's also a simpler introduction to the Hello World JavaScript action repository. This is Hello World? What do you mean this is not Hello World? These people are not okay. Like these people are definitely these people are definitely not okay. Rollup config.js, jest config.js, eslint config.mjs, YAML lint, prettier rc, prettier ignore, node version, markdown lint YAML, license.yaml, git ignore, git attributes, checkov.yaml. Look, you know Chekhov's YAML principle, right? If your repository has a YAML file, if you show that your repository has a YAML file, it better fail to run in the next scene. Otherwise, it shouldn't be in your repository. Oh my god. Oh my god. I lost connection. Can everybody see me, hear me? Am I gone? Okay, sorry, I lost connectivity for a moment. Okay, are we good? Can everybody hear me? Okay. So now you know what happened? This is so funny. I turned on my ventilator and that caused some electric static stuff that made me lose the connection. Like, so my computer is fine. I could hear in my headphones like the the electric interference while it was turning on, and that also killed my internet, which is, well, not optimal, I guess, but such is life. Okay. By the way, how are we doing with YouTube? Okay, we're still okay on YouTube. It seems that YouTube has not killed us, so that's good, I guess. Okay, so this is the Hello World JavaScript action. This is the serious JavaScript action. But this is insane. How can you think that this is what a like basic template should look like? Like, these people are absolutely insane. What did you need to know about GitHub Actions? Dude, I need to make one. So I need to learn how to make one that uses JavaScript. I've made a GitHub action, but I avoided JavaScript. And I guess now it's different. Make sure to remove or update the code owner's file. But why does this thing have a code owners file? .dev container, .github, .licenses, npm. Why is there a licenses tunnel.dev.yaml? 11 what? Summary, an HTTP 1.1 client written from scratch for Node.js. But why? But why are we using this? I don't get it. Add Fastify. Why is there an add Fastify in here? Add actions. What is this stuff? Why is this here? .vs Code. Right, you wouldn't want to not have the VS Code stuff in there. Core.js. Wait.js. Jest.function. Tests. Badges. Dist. I guess that's the output, which they commit also. No, this is not even the output, because I would expect this to be then minified. It's not even minified. Why is there a map then if this thing is not minified? What is going on in this repository? This seems a parody of real life to me. This seems a parody of real life. You know what we can take inspiration from? They can take inspiration from what mlog has, which is probably not as insane. Oh no, he committed node modules. Oh, right. Because he's not building this stuff. So if he built this stuff, he could just commit the compiled version. So we depend on an action score, an action tool cache, an action cache, blah blah blah. I guess in our case we only care about an action score. Okay, I think we can start from scratch then, and then see how to go from there without any of that absolute insanity. Okay, so we can do npm init. We'll walk you through creating a package.json file. Package name, code owners automerge, version 1.0, no, 0.1.0. Description, automerges the R's from code owners that only change owned code. Entry point. I guess for him it's main.js, but you specify it. Oh, runs using node, main and then post. There's main and then post. Oh, I guess main is what happens immediately, and then post is like cleanup. Do we do any cleanup, any post anything? No, we don't post any. We don't do post anything. So entry point for us is index.js. Yes, test command. There's no test command. Git repository. Yeah, this one. Keywords. I don't care. Author. There you go. License. MIT. Yeah, sounds good. Good. It sounds great, man. It sounds awesome. Okay, so we can mk their source. We can touch source / index.js, which also means that it also means that we would need a source directory, which we okay. So he doesn't. mlog doesn't even have that. No, I want my source directory. So package.json. I guess we need to say main is source/index.js. Okay. Then we need as a dependency at actions core, I guess. I don't know if we need anything else. I'm gonna add also GitHub. I don't know. It seems like we want it. Maybe I'm wrong, and we can delete it. But okay, we have that. I see that these other projects also depend on. They also use a thing called code owners. Is the package just called code owners and that's it, or is it at GitHub something something? ESLint just roll up. Oh wait, is this the shitty one? Yeah, this is the shitty one. Let's look at the actual bots that do something. What do they have in here? Yeah, it's just code owners. Okay, let's just get code owners. Deprecated in flight. This module is not supported and leaks memory. Dude, I don't know what to tell you. Do not use it. Dude. Glob versions prior to V9 are no longer supported, and this is version 7. 3 packages are looking for funding. Found 0 vulnerabilities. Well, so still could be worse. So I guess now we want to basically we need an action.yaml. Yeah, I'm gonna copy this for now. Let's see how that goes. Owners automerge. Branding, git merge, color, orange. I don't even know if orange is supported. Inputs, CWD, the root folder, where to look, we should look for code owners. Would people put this stuff elsewhere than the normal location? Well, let's leave it that for now. Okay, merge method, merge squash rebase. That's fine. If no maintainers are labeled, no. If no maintainers assign, no. Quiet, no. No, we don't care about this stuff. Main is going to be source/index.js. Okay. Code owners should go in, it's a GitHub thing, right? So it should be default should be dot .github. Okay, maybe we can add something later on. Okay, so we have the YAML file. Git ignore. Look at this crap. Okay, not modules at the very least it's there. At least it's there, so we know that that shouldn't be committed. Okay. Well, now we want to see how to actually make it run. So, yeah. So get octokit. Okay, so they do need stuff. Read file sync. I think we're gonna steal some code, like some basic boilerplate. What is the entry point? Async functions. Class actor. Oh no. Okay, you know what? Let's go back to let's go back to mlog's code. That one is sane. How does a sane version of this look like? Oh, he also has async functions, I guess. That's what you get if you want to use a wait, huh? Async function main. Okay, so I'm guessing this is the entry point, and you can make it either async or not. And oh no, and then you have to call it. Okay, right. Semicolon expected. Oh, right. Okay. So what's our plan? Our plan is uh check that event is PR, grab submitter, parse code owners, test files changed against code owners. If match, automerge. Otherwise, do nothing. Uh, bonus points, stretch goal. Actually, maybe there is no stretch goal. This is it. Okay, so how do we do this stuff? MLog doesn't do any of this. I guess we were gonna need to see what the others do. Let's see. Okay, GitHub action using JavaScript. Okay, this one can go to hell. For managing reviews via code owners. Okay, so let's see how they tackle this stuff. Wait for the test to pass before merging. That is a reasonable thing to do. And also what I think, what I originally thought I wanted to also add, but I think that you don't have to do this because I believe that you can structure that in the GitHub workflow YAML file. So when you create the GitHub workflow, you say, this workflow depends on these other workflows succeeding. I might be wrong. I don't remember exactly what you can or cannot do precisely, but I believe that you can put that dependency there. Actually, I'm fairly certain that you can do that. And so that's how I'm going to implement this. So it doesn't need to be integrated because I think that integrating it's jank. I saw that one of the other bots offer that functionality in an integrated manner, but I strongly suspect that it's going to be kind of bonkers to implement it the same way. So yeah. Okay, get change files. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I guess we want to start from their main. Where's their main? Process on uncaught exception. Core set failed. Error new date. Uncaught exception. Console error dot stack. Bail correctly. Oh my god. Do I need this myself? I don't know. I might need this myself. I'm gonna put it here. Do we put this before or after? I guess we need to put this after main, huh? I mean, before main. Wait, why are they not calling main? Oh no, they are doing this. TS ignore if not module parent, try run. Catch course that failed error message throw error. So they do it twice? Okay. Function run, let's see. Setup, octokit, payload pull request, let PR context, repo deets, owner, context repo owner, repo context repo dot repo, if context payload dot issue. No. Set the, or maybe yes, actually, because, no, wait, what? Set to constant to avoid mutation later on. Get code owners. So this calls fetch code owners. AutoKit repo deets PR. Const code owners equals new code owners. Oh, you know what? There's also an interesting aspect here, because in the context of APR, we don't want to use the code owners that the PR claims. We need to use the code owners that is currently in master branch or main branch. Because obviously, if we trust, like if we use as the source of truth the code owners file from the PR that they could have changed, then that's a problem. Although we could argue that the PR should not change code owners, but how do we get that information? I think we need to study what these guys are doing more. So here's a function fetch code owners. Core get input CWD or empty. Okay, let's see what this code does. Let's take a look at it in here. Get input CWD or empty. No, that's GitHub. Oh wait, AutoKit repos get content, repo deets. We don't know what repo deets is. Path CWD plus code owners, ref PR base SHA. Right, so we're looking at the code owners at the commit where the PAR is based on. That makes sense, I believe. We don't know what repo deets is, but I guess we'll see. And this is thus buffer from response data content, response data encoding to string fs write file sync process.cwd plus slash code owners. So it creates a file. Why is this code creating a code owners file? Is the code owners package unable to parse strings from memory? Does it need an actual physical file to function? Is that why it's done? Please tell me that this is not really needed. Okay. Oh, it's everything indented too much or what? Oh, actually, this should not be indented, should it? Oh, this stuff is all inside of a try. Also, this has get octokit. Here we have octokit. You call octokit. You get octokit by calling get octokit. Okay, which we have. So this is fine. Okay. I love this language. So we're not needing this, but this is needed from context. Where's context coming from? We don't have context in here. I'm gonna delete this. Okay, so repo deets. Why are we writing this file? This is driving me insane. Okay, so we somehow this writes a file, and then we do new code owners, and new code owners wants process CWD. I cannot believe that code owners does not work not off of files. Five point zero, much improved performance. Removal of automatic column width calculation. Additional with, but can you do this not off of a file? Current path, comma, file name. Code owner's path. Oh, I think I get it. Is it because there might be paths that are relative to the location of the code owner's file? I don't get it though. Is directory lines. So it reads the file. Owner entries dot push. Owner matcher. These own entries dot reverse. Empty array get owner. Like, is this really all it does? How many dependencies? You know what? Let's save the file. Why not? After all, why not just save the file? Let's save the file. So we have the file now. Delightful. Now we can call code owners in here. We can even just return, right? Okay. Wait. Does it? This thing is trying to sniff around for code owners. Is this thing going to pick up the wrong one at random? Coders.js. Current path. Path or CWD. Find app.sync. it's attempting, wait, it's trying all these options. Wait a fucking second. It's trying all these fucking options in a way that it's nobody asked it to. Owner matcher ignore require ignore dot add path string matcher dot ignores dot bind matcher. But is this library going to, if not code owner's path, is this library going to attempt first these other locations before using the one that we provide? Why are people like this? Why do you need to make a library that works like this? And there's tests and everything else, but then also, what exactly is it that it does? I see that it this.code owners directory sync then lines. If the line starts with a comment, it gets ignored. And then owner entries.push. I think this is an array where we put objects that have path usernames match owner matcher path string. So it's like a glob thingy from a dependency called ignore. And then owner entries are reverse. Reverse the owner entries to search from bottom to top. The last matching pattern takes the most precedence. Get owner. For entry in owner entries, if the entry matches, then return dot entry.usernames, a copy of entry.usernames. Nice defensive copy also. This dependency is crap. With all due respect, this dependency seems turbo crap. What if we didn't have it? And what if we didn't have to save this fucking file? What if we had a string and then we did this on this, we did this type of stuff on the string? What if we didn't have to do any of this shit? What if we didn't have to do any of this shit? Oh, wait, do we, can you do this? Can you do definitions inside try escape? I think they escaped, don't they? Let's see. So we read file sync. No, we don't read shit. We don't do string shit. We do source.split. Would he complain? No. Okay, so I guess we'll figure out if we'll have to discover later on if source poops itself or not. So we grab the data, we split it, And then we basically want to do this type of stuff. Copy. Let's see what this code looks like. So for line of lines, if not line, continue. I guess if the line is empty, if the line starts with this, continue. So we can make this an OR. Split on space and you get path string and then usernames. I think this parsing is a little bit simplistic because what if you have spaces in the path name? This is not parsing the first argument with the correct grammar. This is too simplistic, but I guess it works for now. And then owner entries dot push path string usernames match. Right. Okay, what is package ignore? Guess we can do it here. Maybe we should also look for other code owners packages, code owners utils, code owners generator, GitHub code owners, handy tool for working. We find ownership using GitHub's code owners file. Total files 138. Right. Last published 5 years ago. GitHub code owners. Oh, this one has a ton of downloads. Wait a second. This one has a ton of downloads. This one also has a ton of downloads. Man, this one is so bad. Is this any better? Commands lib file logger ownership stars types. Okay, I'm checking out already. This is already too much. Okay, what's ignore? It's a manager and filter for git ignore rules. Right. Okay, so that's how it works. That's what it is. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so here's what we do. npm uninstall remove 30 packages, npm install save ignore, giving ignore. Okay, so we do have ignore. What is this owner matcher function? Ignore.add path string and then return matcher dot ignore dot bind matcher. You call ignore as a function that returns you, I guess, an object that you can add the path string to. This is arc. And then on the returned value, which I'm guessing this is like some kind of Fluent API, it's matcher.ignores.bind matcher. What does that shit even do? Pay attention that mini match used by fstreaming ignore does not follow the git ignore spec. Okay. So you have paths filtered out, included ig.filter path. Oh, here's how it works. Ignore.add this and this. So you call add on the things that you want to add as the filter function paths.filter ig.create filter. Win32 paths will be handled. Why another ignore? So you can do add a single pattern or multiple patterns. There's also a mark, pattern mark, which is used to associate the pattern with a certain marker, such as the line number of the git ignore file Actually, it could be an arbitrary string and it's optional. Okay. Adds a role of several rules to the current manager. Returns this. Okay. A line starting with hash is treated as a comment. So we don't even have to filter out those, although it's probably not a bad idea. Dot ignores path name boolean. Returns boolean whether path name should be ignored. Okay, so it returns, it's like the matching. Does it match? Path name conventions, okay. But what is that bind stuff? Filter, create filter, check ignore. Is path valid? Add ignore file path, ignore option. Upgrade. We don't even know what that bind shit is. I guess it's a JavaScript thing. I think bind is what allows you to set the these. But matcher.ignores bind matcher. What does that even mean? What does this shit even do? What even is the point of this? Okay. So we are parsing lines. We get the path string, and we're like creating some kind of array where we want to put this stuff. So let entries equals empty array, I guess. And here we are basically doing entries.push. And we push an object that has the path, the usernames, and then a match. Okay. Which I think we can do more easily like this. Ignore. Also need ignore. So goodbye code owners. Welcome ignore. Ignore.add. We have path string. And so here we have the matcher. I should call it matcher, I think, not match. So this is the matcher. Okay, so we can return entries then. Although I believe that they need to be sorted differently, right? We start from the bottom. So reverses the elements in an array in place. This method mutates the array and returns a reference to the same array. Cool. Okay, so we return the entries reversed. And so these parse code owners should give us that. Okay, what an adventure. So owners is parse code owners. Why is it await? Does it need to be async? We don't do anything. Oh yeah, here we do await. God fucking damn it. So async it is, await it is. Okay, so we get the owners. Then what do we do? Actually, you know what? It might be nice to do this. We start doing it at the beginning, and then we await it at some point. Like this. Okay, so we have to do more stuff. So this is part of the work. Jesus Christ, what a mess, this library. What were we doing? Not this one, this one. Okay, so then we look at change files, and that makes sense. We need to implement our own change files. Get changes. And I guess we want to do also like this: const changes promise equals get changes. And then at some point we do const changes equals await changes promise. Because we want to do these things in parallel. There's no reason for us to for one thing to wait for the other. By the way, this shows how this whole way of doing async is. People are not gonna do this. People are just gonna do await this and then await that, and basically completely poop any chance to gain in performance. Man, what a crap thing. Okay. So get changed files. How do they do it? OctoKit pulls list files endpoint merge. Jesus. Are we doing this in the same tab? We're doing this in the same tab. Of course, why not? Can we get to see that specific point? List pull request files. Okay, in any case, we know that this is the API. Can we go back? Okay, I'm gonna steal this code. Then let's make it ours. Make it better, ideally. Okay, so get changes. I think we need some stuff. Repo deets. Okay, so we need to accept, I guess, these. Repo details. Wait, the AutoKit is not needed for this? So what is the AutoKit used for? Here it's used. I'm gonna put it here then for now. Oh, but I'm gonna need also in the other one, am I? Yeah, okay. I cannot believe I use this language to do backend work. It's insane. Okay, so options, AutoKit pull list files, endpoint merge, repo details, pull number, PR number. So we need also the PR number. Okay, so we need to get also the PR number. And we need also the AutoKit. So we have the AutoKit here, repo details. We need the PR number in here. No. We do need the PR though. Where is PR coming from in this context? Is this the thing that we were looking at earlier, or is this another shitty bot? No, I think this is it, right? AutoKit PR context. Maybe we want this too. Oh, here we're talking about a context that doesn't exist. No, here it exists. Wait, where's context? Okay, it's a global context. Right. So in repo deets, payload issue, we don't care. Fetch code owners, we're giving PR. So PR is PR context. I see. But why was it modified? But we're not even mutating it. Wait a second. So this is a let that then becomes a const to avoid mutation later on. But did you mutate it up here? You didn't. You did not mutate that shit at all. So why is this let in the first place? uh, what? Source is declared, but its value is never read. So source doesn't escape this scope. That's disappointing. That is disappointing. Okay, so we give the PR to this guy. Does get changes need the PR also? He needs PR.number. AutoKit, repo details, PR number, AutoKit paginate, files map, file name, file strings, okay, whatever. So get changes. Okay, so what we need next is basically, let's see, does code owner based stuff need to worry about GitHub allowing username reuse? Like if a code owner leaves GH or renames the account and someone malicious takes it or takes over, does it reach into the parent user ID? I think he doesn't care about this stuff, but also, at least in my context, you know, this applies only to people who have been added to the repository. It shouldn't matter for people who have not been manually added. Yeah, that said, this is specific to me, so I don't know how this stuff would look like in a more general situation. No idea. Sign reviewer. No, I don't want to do this. If context event name is pull request target, has PR welcome message, PR already welcomed. No, I just want to wait. Where are we checking? So we get the code owners, we get change files, but where do we test one against the other? Get payload body, get sender, context payload sender login. If it's a pull request target, or else, I guess this is the case where it's a comment. If owner's length equals 0, promise results, set timeout. Wait for a few seconds to make sure we first comment is published. approve owners. There we go. Approved owners. Owners dot filter login. Welcome message is approved. Set labels, send comment. Await has merge command. Missing merge command by an owner. Set labels, set comment update, merging PR. There we go. Const head shop equals PR. Try octokit pools merge owner repo pool number sha merge method core get input merge method or squash. Create comment. So this is the merge command. Also, I don't understand what's going on with the indentation here. Okay, so this is the merge. PR base repo owner login, repo name, pool number, SHA, merge method. Okay, so we can just do the merge. Grab submitter. This part, okay, this part I don't know about. Okay, let's see. So we parse code owners, we get the change files. We need to test change files against code owners. And how does it work? So for every file that has been changed, it needs to match a regex that has in the list of users this user, the submitter. So we need the submitter. Okay, so it needs to look something like this. Const submitter equals something. And then we do for file of files, something like this. Match equals find match of changes, I guess, owners. File. And then if match equals null. If it doesn't match any owner, we bail, we return. This is a failure. Actually, we don't do anything, I guess. We don't care. Like, it's just, we don't even have to report some kind of failure. It's just like it doesn't apply. If there is a match, then for user of match, if user is submitter, then is a success. We break. Otherwise, but oh no, we're breaking from this for loop. God damn it. I bet you that we don't have labeled anything because this is as script. So we need to make a function out of this basically. We need a find match function. I guess maybe it's like this. Match path Or you know what? Let's just make a function that does all of these. Const all matches, match files. And to match files, we give submitter, we give owners. Oh yeah, this has to happen after this. We give owners and we give changes. Yeah, we give submitter, we give owners, we give changes, and then we say if not all matches, return, otherwise we automerge. This seems reasonable. Now we need to implement match files, and I lost from the clipboard all the code that I've written, but it's fine. So for file of changes, we do for owners, for owner of owners, if owners.matcher.ignores just boolean where the path name should be ignored. Ignores file. Then we say if we do a for users. This is like more than owners. This should be rules, I guess. Yeah, rules the reverse. Rules. So here is for rule of rules. If rule.matcher ignores, could not find name rule. You mean rules? Wait, how does this for loop work? For const line of, oh, you have to say let. Okay, and here is let file of changes. So for rule matcher ignores file, then for let user of rule, actually I should say owner of rule, the owners. Is it owners? What do we call the field? Usernames. Okay. Then if owner equals submitter, return true. If we exit this for loop, so we did find a match, but we didn't find, but it didn't, but the owner was not our submitter, like our submitter was not one of the owners, and we return false. If the rule did not match, we continue. Also, wait, we cannot return true. Oh my fucking god. It's more nuanced than that. So it's more like let okay equals false, success equals false. Let's say success equals false, and here we do success is equals true, but then we have to break. Oh my god, there's no label switch in JavaScript, right? Break labeled statement. Oh shit, you can. Oh my fucking god, you can. Yes, please, God, thank you. So this is file. This is rule. This is username. Okay, so if we find a match, then we can continue. If owner equals submitter, then we can continue to the next file. Is this how it's done? Yeah. Okay, we continue to checking for more. Actually, not break file, but continue file. We continue checking to the next file. Then otherwise, so this label is not needed. So then otherwise, we continue looping. If we're done looping and we get down here, then it means there was a file that matched, but we weren't the owner, so we need to return false. That is correct. Then if the file did not match this rule, then we need to try another rule. So this is correct, and we don't need a label because we continue automatically to the next rule until we consume all of the rules. And then we do all the files. But what if a file doesn't match any rule? So we find a file that doesn't match any rule. What would we do in that case? If we find a file that doesn't match any rule, well, I guess what we should do is that we should implicitly fail. If we don't match any rule, we should fail. So if we run out of rules to test and we get here, we return false. If we test all files and we haven't returned false, we return true. Okay, hopefully this should cover everything. There are good chances that I fucked up some of the logic, but this seems fine at first glance. Okay, so we match files. I guess we need to add some log printing to also get some feedback when we try to run this and it starts misbehaving. But this should be it. So then we auto merge this, and that's it. So I guess now we need a test repo because I don't think we need anything else. Although let's add some debug stuff. Core.info. Okay, let's do core.info. So that's it, right? $sign. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. It's probably gonna poop itself sooner than that, but who knows? Read file sync was not used. Fair. File is a common JS. File is a common JS something, and that's bad apparently. I don't know why that is, but I guess such is life. Why is this getting syntax highlighted properly? Why is this not syntax highlighted properly? Oh, well, now we know. So yeah, but I don't know what the warning is complaining about. Like, there's a warning in the DLSP. DLSP, I don't know. It's bitching about something. I don't know what that is. So if we want to try this out online, the problem is we either commit also our npm modules, or we need to bundle this stuff and commit the bundled stuff. So Mlag doesn't have any of this magic, I think, in place. So he's not a good source of information for us at the moment. Let's continue stealing ideas from automerge bot. Dist ncc build index.js -- licenses.txt. Is this a good way of doing it? The heck is ncc? Does anybody in chat have suggestions on what tool to use for this stuff? Should I just use bun? Can I use bun? Bun can bundle, right? So I could do bun build. And in theory, it should be less annoying than other tools, right? I think I'm gonna YOLO attempt bun, basically. Let's see. Bun build, maybe? Let's see, brew install bun. Well, now we go on an adventure. No available format with the name bun. There's no bun on Homebrew? That surprises me. Oh, right. This is the way, right? God damn it. Out of curiosity, installation. Is there really no Homebrew? Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. Bun build. There we go. Bundle TypeScript and JavaScript into a single file. Okay. There is no way this goes wrong, right? Oh, sorry. I already opened. So bun build source / index.js. I don't know what this license business is. I don't care. Oh, I have the other tab. Okay, I'll keep this open. Also, what else can bun do? Can bun, like, I don't know, check my source code somehow? I don't know, audit, check install packages for vulnerabilities, link, unlink, publish, patch. PM, additional package management utilities, info, build, init, create, upgrade. Well, npm run dist. Browser build cannot require Node.js built-in. To use Node.js built-ins, set target to node or bun. Where do I set the target? Bun build dash dash help. Out file. Minify splitting out there. Target equals bun. Oh, there we go. So target equals node. Then what are the other options? I guess minify. Although, does that change anything? You know what? Minifying doesn't do much. Let's not do that. Name of the file, out file. Out file. There's also out there. I'll see what that does. Okay. Code owners automerge dist. Build target node, build dist, blah, blah, blah. Source index, blah, blah, blah. 93 megabyte entry point. You have dist. Wait, dist is in the git ignore? Why? So that means that for us in our YAML thing, our entry point is actually dist slash index.js. Okay. So that seems it. We haven't had the opportunity to run this thing even once. Like, how are you supposed to test your code given that it has all these weirdo GitHub dependencies? I guess that's why you have to set up like a bejesus amount of thingies. But in any case, you know what the good news about this project is that it's pretty much done. I don't plan, like, once it works, once I debug this thing, I'm not gonna touch it. And if somebody else wants to touch it, they can do that on their own. So in their fork, basically. So I think I'm happy with this. Let's see. Git status. Okay, git push init. Now we need to make a repository to test this stuff on. So let's see. GitHub.com. New repository. Temp test. Temporary test ignore. I could make it private, I guess. I'm going to consume my private GitHub Actions minutes. Well, maybe that's not even a problem. Who cares? Okay, fine. Create a repository. Temp test. Okay. Okay, CI on pull request. Let me see how the other bots were suggesting you would run them. Pull request target, open synchronize. Yeah, I think this is what we want. Steps, uses, name, uses. I guess this is it. not issue comment, jobs, automerge bot, runs on Ubuntu latest, uses checkout v03. They didn't make like checkout v1 at this point, hopefully. No, they have v1 for that. They have v4. Jesus Christ. Wait, we are at version 0.3. We are at version 4 now. Okay. We can also do this with fetch depth 0. Then run code owners merge check. Wait, do we even need to check out stuff? I think we do. And then there it wants a GitHub token from the environment. Okay. And we need a code owners. Okay, so we have this repository. It has a CI. It has workflows, actions. Okay, it picked up on that guy, so this is fine. So I guess now it's time for me to send a PR. I'm gonna make a branch, make a change. Oh wait, I need to change the code owners. That's for sure. I guess I can leave this stuff in there. It doesn't matter. Well, foo.txt Christoph IT. This is a starting point. Okay, now git branch checkout branch foo hx foo.txt blah blah blah. Add foo. So I can go here, create a pull request, create pull request. Error. Cannot read properties of undefined. Okay, so the JavaScript dance is starting. Module typeless package JSON warning. Module type of this index.js is not specified and it doesn't parse as common JS. Reparsing as ES module because module syntax was detected. This incurs a performance overhead. To eliminate this warning, add a type module to package.json. Okay. And then it runs. And then it says, cannot read properties of undefined reading list files. Error trying to find code owner's file. Please set CWD properly. Yeah, it's look, it's a Java shit moment, but you know what? We're actually making progress. It could be worse. We're actually not doing too bad. So it says that we need in our package.json to say the type is module, type colon module. Maybe it goes here. So gc amend git push force. So we force pushed. So now we can rerun this job. Honestly, who needs unit tests when you can just do this? The funny thing is that I think that getting to understand all those silly things for testing would just require more effort than simply doing this. Okay, so we fixed one problem. So now we can focus on the next one. Error trying to find code owner's file. Please set CWD properly. Where is our code owner's file? It's on .github. Let's see if we typoed it. So .github is fine because otherwise we wouldn't be running a workflow. Code owners. So this is fine. And GitHub says that this file is valid. So we should be good. The fact that we are having trouble finding it, well, I don't know. I guess we need to look into this. Cannot read properties of undefined reading list files. Oh, since we're doing things in parallel, well, sorry, I should say asynchronously, we are getting two errors because basically both main functions that do big logic are both busted, so they both error out before we leave. What can I say? Such is life, I guess. So what's the problem? We need to not forget that we need to run dist. If we don't run dist, then it's a problem. So what are we doing wrong? Parse code rules triggers these error. So there's an error that happens in here. Why? CWD plus code owners. I guess because get input action on YAML. Default is this. I mean, I guess we can log this. Please hit CWD properly. Let's look at CWD equals CWD. So at least we know what it is. Run this. Okay, let's rerun this. So I tackled one problem at a time. I didn't tackle also the other one. Maybe I could have also attempted that, but I guess one step at a time. CWD equals .github/. Wait a second. How do we wait? What? It's there. That's where we are. The path is fine. It's .github/code owners. Is it typoed in here? Code owners? No. Is this a thing where the plus is somehow overloaded? JavaScript people in chat. Is the plus somehow magically overloaded and adds a slash? Or what's going on here? Okay, just a normal thing. So npm run this ga gc amend. How do we do amend without changing commit message? Git amend no uh no editor. I don't think this is gonna help me. No edit. There we go. There you go. Look at this beautiful CLI. Nothing specified. Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay. Rerun all jobs. Operator overloading is one of the things JavaScript is lacking. Oh, you might be right. Yeah. Yeah, you might be right. This might be not one of the things that it can do. Wait, where's my info print? Wait, are you saying that we don't get to see info prints? No. That is an info print, isn't it? It's a core.info. Oh, you know what's happening? I guess, well, this is the thing that's failing, I guess. So that's why we weren't seeing it. Good thing that retrying is so fast. uh, .github/code owners cannot read properties of undefined, reading list files. No, okay, but this is the other one. Cannot read properties of undefined, reading list files. Oh no. Wait, is this also delightful that we're getting like the dist thing? We're not getting, of course, our actual real sources. So who the fuck knows what's happening at line 23,000 in that dist file? I guess there has to be a way of wiring in some kind of source map, and so it can point back to our actual file, I guess. Reading list files. So, okay, so we don't know why this is failing. We just don't know why this is failing. Then we have the second problem where the other thing is also failing. Get changes. And apparently list files is the problem. Why does a minified file have so many lines? Well, sorry, because it's not minified. It's bundled, but it's not minified. So we're passing octokit. We're passing PR number, the second parameter. We are passing repo details. I don't know. We can try to log these. I swear I have no idea how to fix these problems. List files as with parentheses. You know what's funny? That's a line that I didn't modify from the original thing. So let me see. No, list files here is just a namespace, and then they do endpoint.merge. That said, you know what is it that we are not doing as they are? We're definitely not doing everything as they are. We are not using the exact version of these things as they are. So they are using GitHub, for example, 4.0.0. What are we using? Yeah, we're using 6.0.1, so it might not be the same anymore. Repo details object. Of course. Right. Thank you, JavaScript. Now watch it print object twice. Christopher IT temp test. That is indeed correct. So this data is not garbage. That seems to be what it needs to be. So we're not passing garbage around to our functions. Which I believe it means that we're then just using these API wrong or something. Get content. CWD plus code owners. OctoKit. Where can we see OctoKit? JS OctoKit. Where can we see docs on this thing? Okay, constructor, authentication, proxy servers, REST API, pagination, GraphQL app client, browsers, Dino, Node. OctoKit equals new OctoKit, auth personal access token, advanced options, authentication. But there's a, so we're using get OctoKit from actions GitHub. Oh, then we're not using AutoKit directly. Okay, actions, JS, actions, GitHub. Creating a JavaScript action. No, dude, I want the docs. I want the actual docs of your shit thing. Toolkit. Okay. Oh, they have also actions slash glob. What do you know? So maybe you don't need to look at like external crap things. Yeah. Recommended action inputs. And corresponding toolkits consumption. Actions slash glob to upper blah blah blah. glob create core.get input files, glob options, glob iterator, or await const file of globber glob generator. Okay, so you know what? Maybe I don't need this thing. GitHub. Indicator article hit object that follows the machine proxy settings and correctly sets GHES base URLs. C for the AutoKit GitHub REST.js for the API. Let's see, core get input my token, github.get octokit my token, which is pretty much what we do. Get octokit process env GitHub token. Yes, indeed. Digital token with access to your repository scoped in as a secret. The YAML workflow will need to set my token with the GitHub secret token. Yes. And yep. And we did. We have it. We do get octokit. And then we do octokit rest pools get. What are we doing here instead? Octokit repos. Well, in here we do octokit pools. Oh. And this is octokit rest pools get. You can also make GraphQL requests. See octokit GraphQL.js for the API. REST issues, webhook, payload, TypeScript definitions, extending the octokit instance. Jesus, dude, I just want to know how to use this fucking thing. Okay, this seems promising. Let's fucking go. Octokit rest pools get. Okay, what is it that we wanna do in order? So first of all, we want to get a file. How do you get a file? So it was under repos. We still have like a repos category. We do have repos. Repos accept invitation. Accept invitation for authenticated user. Repos add, I don't know, something. Add collaborator. Add status check context. Also, it's always everything is under rest. Octokit.rest.repos. Add this, add that. Cancel, check. Code owner's errors. Huh. Compare commits. Create attestation, create autolink, create commit comment, create commit signature protection, create commit status, create deploy key, create deployment. Is there like man, I was hoping for some kind of like overview without having to scroll forever, but we can search up top. So maybe we can do get content. Get no results found. Accept. Content then. Get contents. Get repository content. There we go. Octokit.rest.repos get content. Owner repo path. Oh, what about ref? So is rest.repos owner repo path. But okay, you can also pass ref. Owner repo path. So this is actually not wrong. Also, what is the error? Like here we see core.error, but what is the fucking actual error? We don't even know that. Buffer from blah blah blah. Let's see. Get a the repositories contain recursively, or you can recursively get 3. This API has an upper limit of 1,000 files for a directory. Use the git trees API. Download URLs expire and are meant to be used just once. Name of the commit branch tag default. The repository's default branch. And what is the... okay, so I guess we can try to run it like this with the extra dot rest stuff. But what is the error that we're getting? Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading get content. Oh, yeah, that's the problem then. It just got moved. So you see, okay. Okay, so I guess this just got moved. And same with the other one. Now it's just dot rest. Yeah, because it tries to find list files of undefined because it fails to find the one before. So it's not list files the problem, it's pools the problem. I don't want to be too optimistic, but we might be good. There's a non-zero chance that we might be good. It's scary, I know, but we might. Nice, we made progress. Oh shit, ours is not defined. We are making progress indeed. Yeah, sorry. I never figured out how to get the submitter. Oh man, let's go. I think they did do that in here. Otherwise, I'll have to read the shitty docs. Who's the submitter? Who is the submitter? Come on. Get approvers has merge command. All right, is approved. Get approvers. Let's start from the main function, from run. Repo deets. Code owners. Changed files. Code owners is new code owners. Fetch, wait, what? Fetch code owners. Code owners is new code owners of CWD. And then here is get code owners of change files code owners. Oh my god. This is, I mean, I get it, what's going on. But Jesus Christ, what a fucking mess. Where do we see who is the submitter? There's an assignee, which is nice. Where's this sender? Context payload sender login. Is this the submitter? I guess we can log this just to see. Here we go. Submitter equals... oh shit, I failed. Resource not accessible by integration. Uncaught exception. Resource not accessible by integration. Ooh, an extension cannot call that API normally. This is interesting. Fine-grained access tokens for list pull request file. This endpoint works with the following fine-grained token types. By the way, this got us to yet another documentation website. Okay. Path parameters, owner's repo pool number, query parameters. Validation failed, or the endpoint has been spammed. So this is sending out to the docs, but it doesn't explain. Resource not acceptable by integration. Permissions, write all. Right, because the token used to run this action needs to have, I guess, extra permissions. And yeah. Let me see other examples of this stuff. Integration and services section, finding interaction integration, and disable. Wait, disable or enable the GitHub integration. Never enable it again. This can help professional integrations access to the repository. Check the zero permissions. Ensure the GitHub Actions integration has the necessary permissions to access the repository. Yes, that might be necessary indeed. So in here, we go to settings. We go to GitHub Actions, general. Allow all actions. Workflow permissions. I think we need to do this. Oh, and allow GitHub Actions to create and approve pull requests. Though, no, we don't really care about creating or submit approving pull request reviews. We actually don't care about this. We just want to merge them. But I guess we need this, maybe? Let's see what happens. There we go. There we fucking go. There we fucking go. So it doesn't complain anymore about what was before. Now it complains about uncaught exception path should be a path the relative string, not and got /foo.txt. But who is complaining about that? Oh, I guess okay, let's change this like this. So we can see once what it does. I guess it's in match files that we have this problem. I'm guessing it's this. Is this it? Because who are we giving? I mean, we have to play detective, but who are we giving /foo.txt to? This is, now that I think about it, this is not even, wait. This is not even a file. This is a, foo.txt. Maybe it's okay. It could be here, or it could be in, or it could be here, or it could be here. What if I don't? What if I do this? Can I? Is there like JS string relative? Can I do? Can you do dot relative? Node string methods. This is not Node, dude. You're not Node. Fuck off. Are there no docs for Node? Okay, query string. No, just string, dude. Just a normal string. String decoder. Please, just. Okay. A path dot relative. Can we just do this? But you know what? Now that I think about it, I think this would have already complained if that was the case. Well, let me think about it for a moment. I think that yeah. If that was that, it would have already complained. I think the thing is we're now doing match files, and match files is the one that complains. And you know what? We can actually double check this with the other thing and see if the other thing has the same problem. Although now that I think about it, this guy is using that sheet dependency is now using ignore directly. Okay, let's do this. Ignores file.relative. Let's see what happens now. You're looking for foo.txt in the root dir and not in the repos relative dir, I guess. Yeah, that might be it. Which, by the way, makes it funny because, well, you know what? Never mind. Let's see what happens now. File.relative is not a function, of course. So relative. So the thing that was said you should call relative. Turns out the relative is not a thing that you can call on a path. Also, look at this. This code that we copied actually, but it says that for every file, it does f.filename with a slash in front of it. So let's just take that out and see if that makes everything happy. Did you code a Roblox game? To be honest, what even is the difference between a Roblox game and a GitHub action? I'm not even sure at this point. Oh shit. It succeeded. All file changes matched equals false, though. It succeeded, but it said it's giving us the wrong answer. It says that the file matching equals false, and that's not really it. It should be true. It should be actually true. Why is it not matching? I guess we need logs for the matching. So, I forget how we structure rules. What's in our rule path? Okay, perfect. Okay, let's see what happens now. I guess it's not gonna match because the rule has a leading slash and our thing does not. Is that it? Matching foo.txt against rule /foo.txt. But the thing is, it didn't like us giving it a path that starts with a slash. So what's the deal with that? What is the deal with that? How did the original thing make it work? This code is surprising. Let's just put it that way. Let's take a look at the code that does the actually get changed files and then get code owners. I guess we want to get code owners. For filing change file, if the file starts with slash, it's removed. But you added it, man. My man, you yourself added it. You yourself added it a handful of lines above. Okay. Okay. So code owners don't get owner relative. Okay, so we have a relative path, and then this calls get owner. I guess the problem is that file owners for each, it starts with add owners.add. Oh, because there's also like groups, whatever. Okay. What does code owners.get owner do? So we need to go back to npm code owners. Let's go back to this delightful project and let's take a look at how they implement get owner. For entry of these owner entries, they call entry.match. They call entry.match. So they don't call, they're not calling ignore, they're calling match. So they define a match function in here somewhere. They define a match function in here somewhere, right? Please God, please God, please. Please God. True case path. What? Code owners file path, true case path. Code owners directory. Okay, we don't care about this. Thankfully, we don't care about this stuff. But lines and then oh wait, match is owner matcher. Match is the return value of this thing, which is matcher ignores behind matcher. I guess. Okay, I think I get what's going on. In a turbo weird way, somehow matcher becomes a function. So this value here becomes a function that you can invoke. In doing so, calls ignores. Why are these people like this? Why are they like this? And so if it matches, then we return the usernames. Otherwise, we return the empty array constant. Right. You know what I find crazy is that for all we know, this is actually correct. This is actually a way of achieving things. And okay. So I think we are calling ignores, but this is not matching for us, right? Maybe I should add some more stuff in here, like something like match success. And I would say glob match success. And then here we say actually, where is this if ending? Yeah, here. Here we say glob match failure. Maybe it's just the username that never ended up matching, for all we know. Okay, let's see what happens. Remove the leading slash from code owner's file. I would like to not have to do that. If I can't find a solution, I'll do it. But I would like to not have to do that. Oh, wait a second. Club match. Success. We did actually succeed at this match. So it's the username that fails? Also, is this collision a problem? You know what? I don't trust JavaScript. Fetching user. Oh, look at this. Add Christoph IT with Christoph IT. There you go. That's the problem. And the code actually handled this in the other project. So they did do something about the at. So if starts with at, let's see, code owners get owner, relative. For each E, if starts with owners.add O, core info found from array owners as owners of chain files array from owners. Okay, so how do we do this? I guess we do if owner dot starts with at, then owner equals owner dot. How do you remove one character? Slice one. Returns a section of a string. Start one. Maybe this is it. Let's see how that goes. I think we're gonna error route the merge command now, because I bet you that it's using old syntax, and that's what's gonna error route. Yeah, there we go. All files matched equal true now. Cannot read properties of undefined reading merge. Yep, so that now errors out. Where is it? octokit.rest.pools merge owner repo pool number sha merge method or squash. Okay, this might be it. This might be the real run. Holy shit. This development methodology is insane. Fuck, sha is not defined. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. We have shadow. No, we don't. I think it's pr.base.sha. One thing is this sha just pr.sha. Oh yes, I can go to definition. What? Webhook payload issue pull request number HTML URL body. It's not pr.sha. Okay, let's go figure out in here what the heck is sha is supposed to be. Are you using bun? Yes, I am bundling. I'm bundling this GitHub action with bun. Yes, it was extremely straightforward. Is check suite green? You can even check for that. That's crazy, but this seems weird of doing it this way. Should be able to do TypeScript out of the box. Yeah, you're right. So you're saying that I could have implemented this in TypeScript. You're right. But you know what? It would have made things probably a little bit better, but not insanely better. This whole thing is turbo ass, so. What is SHA? Is pr.head. pr.head.sha. Okay. It did work. It got merged. It got merged. Success. What a fucking adventure, man. What a fucking adventure, but it worked. And honestly, the logging that it does is not even too terrible. So it shows you the reasoning, basically. Submitter, Christoph IT. Matching foo.txt against rule. Glob match success. Matching user with Christoph IT. All file changes matched equals true. Yeah. The only things that it does not do right now, so I think that improvements necessary are, we need to integrate this downstream of other checks. But I think this is not a problem because whatever workflow needs to depend on this, like we can run this workflow only once all the other workflows have succeeded. So I think this is like something that it can just be done in the workflow if you want to. But this should not attempt to merge PRs that are not ready to merge. So how do we know if this PR doesn't have any conflict? Do they care about this stuff in this thing? Conflict? No. Because it has its own logic for deciding if a thing can be merged or not. Catch error. Automerge is not available for PRs. Modifying GitHub actions. Set labels. Merging failed. Failed to merge. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. The action would just run and fail, and this is it. That shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Maybe just attempting to make it happen and then failing it. That's how we solve it. Okay. This is actually good. So I need to do maybe some more cleanup to integrate it with Zig.day. Like I had a README, publish it on the marketplace of GitHub. But we have it. We have a bot that auto merges based on code owners. Piece of functionality that should come out of the box in GitHub, but it doesn't. And now we did it. It is crazy. So I don't know. I hope that people had fun. JavaScript is insane, and I'm gonna call it a day. Let's see, any Zig developers streaming? I see some. Penis hard : brought to you by Zig. Okay. You know what? I'll send you all to Penis hard, I guess. Wait, how is okay? This thing is completely broken. Oh, because it's uppercase Z. Okay, let me see. Take this out. Uppercase Z. Okay, engineers at Twitch really need to do better. Let's just put it this way. They're too high on JavaScript, I think. Enjoy the stream and see you next time.